Dun, dun, dun. I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Good morning, everybody. Gray said if you didn't see it, I put 249 Starbucks in the upstairs chest. All right, cool, thanks. What's up, Transcend? Oh my goodness. All right. We gotta go back to the base and keep working on base build stuff. The patch made the look out. The patch made the solo PvE too easy. Oh, it's hilarious. What's up, Thandar? So yesterday was the first day since I fell last year. First day that I did an actual serious exercise routine. I still have not been able to get back to see my doctor for stupidity reasons related to them still not having the office up and going almost 3 months later. So I've just been doing stuff like my normal physical therapy. And about 2 weeks ago, I started doing like going to the park. Maybe about a month ago, actually, more like a month. I started going to the park and doing some pull-ups and like normal sets of lunges like I used to do. But I was always just doing like 20, 30. That's about it. So yesterday, I pushed myself for the first time and I did 3 sets, 22. So 1, 1, 1, 1. You know, do 22 lunges. Go do some pull-ups, do another 22 lunges, do some pull-ups, do another 22 lunges, do some pull-ups. Felt pretty good yesterday. I woke up this morning and it's like, oh yeah, I'm definitely, I could feel it in my injury where I fell. It's like, ooh, you did something yesterday, didn't you? And I'm just like fingers crossed that it's just, normal exercise fatigue. I felt good yesterday and it's just this morning I'm feeling kind of, so I'm thinking it's just muscle. I think it's just my injury site getting upset. What's up, Whiskey Dad? Infections do suck. Yeah, it definitely makes you feel older, Heinrich, for sure. Alright. First things first. I made a bunch of lube last night. Okay. Now we should be running a bunch of excess power. So I could pull 1200. all of these are running. Perfect. Okay. That's fine, Transcend. This one? Yeah, I think only you and Bubbalonia have permissions to it from, like, months ago. Or it might have been the Assault one. I don't remember which one you guys... I think it might have been the Assault one. From when we went into the Deep Desert that one day. Exercise is funny like that, says Transcend. Yeah. Other than this doesn't feel like normal muscle fatigue. It's like definitely the site of the injury. It's like, oof. Alright. I think... I can now tear down... I made 3 of those yesterday, and I think that was 7. I can tear down 7 of these bad boys. We're about to find out. The problem is it's going to want to stick everything in my inventory. Yep. This is going to be really annoying. Oh, Jesus, that's probably... Good thing is it's not going to destroy this, so if I accidentally need to, like, very quickly get these up and going again, I can. This is gonna take a bit. No, I think Veilguard was a great game. I like every single one of them. Just I like all the Mass Effect games, and for me, Andromeda was the best Mass Effect game. Like for me personally, like don't care. Yeah, the A-road changes are awesome. I'm debating building a like base now for the deep desert. just to start farming my T6 stuff. Many people do, Macho. Lightning storms in Arizona, says Gray, are like unlike any other place in the world. I bet there's probably some like crazy. Ah, man, I gotta push the buttons. But there's some crazy electrical stuff going on because of the dry heat, like the dryness in the air and everything. What's up, Wardroid? Drama. I love Gray's auto correct. I don't even know what he just tried to say, but I know he's driving. He's not supposed to text and drive, so he's using voice chat and voice text. And whatever he just typed. Not what he typed, sorry, whatever he's trying to say, his voice pronunciation. Oh, that's awesome. I love Vigor too. Haven't finished it, but I love Belgard. It's a pretty good game. Veil, comma, guard voice text, Bina my existence. Oh, that is awesome. We're with you, man. We're with you. Alright. I think that was 6. I think I can take down one more. Ooh, I can't quite do 2. I could take down one more. Yeah. Oh, what's up with that? Oh, did that one, tearing that one down, I no longer have shields. Okay, so I probably need to put that one back. It's, oh, how did it, oh, I see what I did. I accidentally destroyed the roof. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. I did not. Well, I need to quickly get this up and going. Hopefully our storm doesn't roll through. fucking annoying is that? Okay. It's not a chum shelter, man. Okay. I don't really care right now. That was stupid, man. I thought I was just destroying things and I accidentally destroyed that. Alright. Okay. Alright. Crisis averted. Okay. Goodness gracious. I need coffee is what I need. Thanks for the resub over on Twitch, Transcend. I didn't see that till now. That's probably another safety feature they should add to the game long term. It would be really hard to do it though because obviously this game is built with having PvP aspects of the game. So as an example, when I destroyed that roofing tile, I would love it if it had a warning that said, hey, this roofing tile supports 5 other things. Are you sure you want to destroy that roofing tile? Because I thought I was clicking on the turbine in my pre-caffeinated state, and I clicked the panic there is that a storm's going to roll through while you're trying to pick everything up off the ground and destroy your base. Or cause damage to your base. Anyway. I should now focus on building some more of these bad boys. What do I need? I need duraluminum. Lots and lots and lots of duraluminum to make more of these. I've got plenty of Servox now. Yeah, at least it wasn't the sub-thief. This is true. I am out of Jasmium. Well, we are about to go on a Jasmium crystal run. Hallex pick? I have no idea what a Hallex pick even is. Alright, water production is good. Alright, we need to go take the assault thopter out. Ah! Okay, let's fuel this bad boy up. Double check. Do we still have our base all the way down there? We do. The Jasmium base, here we come. More caffeine infusion stat. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go get some more. Once I get to the Jasmium base, I'm gonna go grab some more caffeine. I don't care about quicker. This gives me a chance to tab out and check comments on YouTube, check things on Instagram, check things on TikTok. Way too many people get hyper-focused on it's faster, it's more efficient. Man. Not everyone cares about efficiency and faster. Always makes me wonder how those people perform in bed with their partner. Faster is better. I promise. Trust me, honey, it's better if we do it faster. Alright, where's my phone? They did add a new sound effect to the radiation. That was interesting. By the way, I did not bring my rad suit out here with me. For better or for worse. Racking up that rad time pretty quick here. kind of forgot all about the radiation suit, to be honest with you. See if I survive worth a damn. I doubt anyone has been out here in a while. So out of sheer curiosity, is there any Jasmium loaded up? There is, actually. Wow, okay. Oh, well then I'm not gonna do any harvesting this morning. Just grab some Jasmium. Sweet. Put this in the assault thopter. They made buggy mining faster? I haven't paid attention. John Coons asks, does the game take steps to introduce the lore for total noobs? Well, this game doesn't have a lot to do with the books because it takes place in a separate timeline than the books. So everything you need to know, you are taught in the game. But there's no tie-in to the books or the movies beyond the fact that they share the same universe. And there are some common names and phrases, people, places, and things, which the game explains to you as you play the game. That's true. There is a lore codex. So if you go in here and you go over here, there's a massive lore codex where you can go through and learn all sorts of stuff about the game and the world of Dune. Good point, Transcend. Nice. Nice call out. Here, let's fly by Jin's base. We're gonna zoom it. Woo! Okay. Jasmium ho! Alright. That is going to be a while for that to keep. Let's go ahead and pause that. I shouldn't have done that. I forgot that it dumps it on the floor. Hang on. I forgot you can move it down. Thumb bitch. I forgot about the whole... Yeah, that was my fault. Be right back. I gotta like deposit this again. Oh, you know what I need to do though? How much spare power do I have? Not enough. It's not a big deal. I just remembered that I moved my repair station upstairs, and I was going to build a second one down here, but I don't want it to unnecessary draw on the power. Not until I've got more of these in place. Go back up top. There's a deep desert base that got built yesterday for the guild. It's in Discord.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I gotta wait. It's gonna be quite a few duraluminums. So it looks like I've got plenty of jasmium for the moment. I should head out and do a aluminum run, but I'll wait for the storm to pass. I'm also gonna need more silicone, I think. Yeah, we're gonna need more silicone, which means more flour sand.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Alright, wait for the storm to pass, and then I'm gonna go harvest aluminum. I'm gonna go get another cup of coffee, guys. I'll be right back.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Do. Keep grabbing fuel cells too, because I'm gonna need a bunch more, and I am gonna run out of spice residue, it looks like, to make all of these big old generators. I'm slightly concerned about that, slightly. Because what it means is that at some point, by putting all of these one-directional power supplies up, I am binding myself to requiring spice residue to keep my base operating. And that is not an easy resource to get. Without going out in the deep desert, and I don't know if they've moved any of the spice flows out into the... If they've moved more of them into the PvE section, it's less of a concern. Oops. run here, and then I'll probably make a flower sand run next. There we go. Yeah, if you're having network issues, you need to contact Funcom, or just keep trying to log in. I've got, I don't know how many hundreds of hours in this game. Today was the first time ever I saw when I left my character logged into Arakeen, and when I logged into the game this morning, the first error it threw was a BattleNet. BattleEye. It gave me a BattleEye error. And then tried again, and it said character timed out. Tried again, character timed out. Tried a third time, logged in just fine. So it could just be a simple login server issue. I don't know. But that's the first time I've seen anything in like 400 hours of gameplay. I've never had issues. And today I saw a couple little hiccups, but just try again. If you can't get in after 3 or 4 tries, submit a ticket. See what's up. Check the Discord. See if it's a known issue before you submit a ticket. There may be some sort of workaround for whatever unique problem you're having. There are always solutions. Go to the server list, Prowler. All servers are up. If your character can't just continue from the main page, go to the server selection and find the server manually. If you're still having issues, submit a ticket. After you check the known issues section of Discord. I feel like I just said this a minute ago. All the servers are up. I might need to, Hector. Get myself a dictaphone. Just set it up on repeat. Chat macros for the win, yeah. The number one being, Renfail's channel is not tech support. If you are having issues, please contact the proper tech support. I am not an official Funcom representative. Check the fucking Discord. Well, a lot of it's too is you get, for better or for worse, you'll get people who try to be disruptive.
by coming in here and bringing their drama over from Reddit. They want to be heard for whatever issue that they're having. And they're not getting responses on Reddit, so they come into streams and they spam their stuff, and for some odd reason they think that that's an effective way of getting their issue addressed, and it's like, no. They have a dedicated customer support staff. Why are you doing that here? There's no point. No one here is going to help you. No one here can help you. I'm a Funcom paid actor. That's funny. I do have an affiliate link down in the description text for those of you who haven't bought the game yet. You might want to, which benefits me personally because I get a kickback from that. Occasionally Funcom team members watch my stuff. I'm up on the Steam page. But they have a dedicated team. They're busy people. I'm just a random schmuck playing the game. Insert ad here, right? T-pose for the win. Well, not quite T-pose, but definitely glide. Woo, look at me go. I have powers. Wardroid says over on Twitch, tech support message. In case we don't answer in less than 30 seconds, please ask Renfail, who would advise you to check support. Yep. I'm going to take all of these over to the other base really quick, which means I need to... And I can search for some flower sand while I'm over there. Oh no, I'm an idiot. You do it from the same box. Herp-derp. Yeah, I have heard it's dangerous to harvest flower sand now, so we're gonna go find out. Because I was not one of those people who stockpiled hundreds and hundreds of stacks of it from before. I have other games to play. All right. I should still have like a week before I need to do anything with this. I'm not gonna refill it even though I'm standing here right now because I have a Google Calendar update set that I don't want to mess up. But I'm pretty sure I have like a week. Yeah. Make sure my Google Calendar. Yep, next 23rd, which is next Saturday, I have an update to come back here and power up the shields. And then long term, I'm going to switch this whole base over to the observer set. I've only done part of it, but we just got a bunch of new pieces. Alright. Well, I gotta go be risky and get flower sand now. The problem is this thing takes so long to... I'm worried that I might lose my assault thopter, to be honest with you. Because it's so heavy, it takes forever to, like, get off the ground. I might be able to get this one.
feel like I'm being risky right now. Am I hearing? I am hearing those fuckers. I should be okay. I don't have inventory set up on my scout right now. Like I don't have an inventory mod on my scout, so that one disappeared. So there is a timer on how quickly you can pick these up. Interesting. I feel like it's probably going to be better and easier to grab my Scout Thopter, put the inventory modules back onto it, and do it that way. Fucker. He's super aggro now. Yeah, I feel like this is just gonna take way too long doing it like this. I'm gonna need to get I'm gonna need to put my inventory mod back on the Scout. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting back to the ship safely if he comes. Alright. Well, we adapt the tactics. Let's see if I can find any easy ones to get to. Any more easy ones while I'm out here.
Jafsy just hit a 1-year mark over on Twitch. 12 months in a row, resubs. 12 months, time flies. It does. Thanks, Jafsy. Appreciate it. That's a big milestone. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you have found everything entertaining and worthwhile for the past year. Yeah, they've definitely, which by the way, this is a great, I don't deny this is a great change that they put in place. Like, being able to easily get flour sand beforehand was definitely, I'm glad that they did this and made it to where it's actually, you know, a challenge now. I appreciate that. We can all talk about how it's minorly annoying, but it fits in with, you know, the worms are dangerous. He's just a creature of habit, going back to the same watering hole over and over. Does the worm get triggered by soldiers dropping from the ships? I don't know. It's personally not good for me. No, it's personally not good for anybody. Like, it was definitely more convenient beforehand. But I can also appreciate it fits in with the lore of Dune, which is that the sand should be dangerous. All right. Now the question is, in what chest did I stick? Oh, it's right here, staring at me in the face. God, I ought to see about making a bigger storage for my Thopter, but I'm not going to waste the resources right now. You there, refined silicone. Worms are dangerous. No, I don't get my cool thrusters anymore. Probably what I'm going to set up and do now that I know that we've got the A row, we can just go get a bunch of plastinium and stuff. I'm going to start thinking about completely setting up and doing a T6 buggy, T6 ornithopter, T6 bike. I don't care about the armor and weapons. I don't. But I wouldn't mind having like a T6 thopter, scout thopter. That's long term though. Problem is I got a lot of other games to play and I won't have enough time to like, you know, do this all the time. All right, let me go say good morning to my wife. She woke up a minute ago and I went to like give her a hug and she's like, not right now. She's not awake yet. She's like, I no. She needed coffee. So I'm gonna go see. Oh, we've drained the water completely. I'm gonna go see if she's awake yet. Make sure all the cats are good. I think I need to bring one of the cats in here anyway. And I'll be right back. All right. It's done. Yeah, instant contact. I think, yeah, if you touch a worm now, you die. Like, it's just an instant death if you touch it, which is fair. I have a desk cat, apparently. You're not supposed to be on the desk, honey. I know. I have all this new space because we moved to a new monitor. It does not mean you're... No, do not bite me. It does not mean you are a desk kitty. No, you are not a desk kitty. What are you
No, that's my cable. Here, go over there to the bed. All right, flower sand. Looks like there's some flower sand over there. Are you fucking serious? I don't know that he heard me, but he breached over there. I didn't see any red. I think he went the other direction. Not willing to risk it. I feel like this guy's like super aggressive right now. And like on high alert over here. Yeah, that might be true about it being easier to harvest in the deep desert because there's a bigger space for them to be distracted in other places. I may end up doing just that. Are you shitting me? Fuck you, buddy. I am, my quest for flower sand this morning, I'm gonna probably go to the deep desert. This is getting slightly annoying.
Yeah, we might actually have to start using thumpers like the books. Alright, we're gonna try this one. I'm closer to the rocks now, so... Fuck you, buddy! Oh, he's still right there. Look at the sand undulating. I'm gonna have to deal with those guys here in a minute. Fuck you! I think we're done here. I think we're done with that patch. He is super pissy. At least I got like 1,200 out of it. I'm like, I'm done. There's a patch over there we can go get. Oh yeah, it's definitely like this now. They've moved, finally, they have moved all of the flower sand to aggro spots, so you can no longer harvest flower sand safely, which is a much needed change. But yeah, you gotta be on your toes. The worm has always been supposed to be super dangerous. And this change was very much needed because people were able to previously get flower sand without any risk. I better be conscious of those guys. I don't know if they're going to circle back around and come across the patch. I think we're okay. I feel like 3 at a time is the most I want to try to do right now.
hyper conscious of where my ship is. Yeah, Mr. Pissy Worm. Somebody asked what's my opinion on the patch. Why would I have an opinion on the patch? It's a video game. I like playing video games. I play video games for my day job. I have the best day job in the world. Why would I care what someone does with the patch? It's not my game. It's their game. They're free to patch whatever they want into it. I can either play the game or not play the game. It's literally that simple. If I'm not having fun, I go play something else. But I'm not gonna bitch about it on the internet. Not that type of content creator. We don't play that game on my channel. Oh no, they nerfed my favorite ability. Funcom is garbage. Funcom is trash. They ruined the game. Oh, Steam charts. The game is failing. No, we don't play that game here. We just play the games we like to play. We have fun playing the games. Whatever they decide to do is whatever they decide to do. It's their IP, it's their project. I'm just here to harvest some flower sand. Safely, if I can. Ooh, that patch is a lot farther away than I thought. Yeah, I'm not gonna try that. You know what? I think I have plenty of flower sand this morning. Unless there's a very obvious blow on the way back. I literally saw someone's Twitch stream yesterday on my way out because I was looking for streams to watch when I was trying to earn my own drops. And I saw somebody's Twitch stream was literally drops because they wanted the drops to the campaign, and they were literally like, the name of their stream was along the lines of drops discussing all the broken bugs and errors in Dune Awakening. Like their stream was literally them sitting there earning drops while being logged into Dune Awakening and bitching and moaning the entire time they were live. Like, sorry, that's a little effing retarded, to be honest with you. Like, that's literally, yeah, just, okay. Go play something else, please. We have 2 scout thopters here? Oh, I bet it's registering my other scout thopter. But why would I be able to... Oh no, somebody has a scout thopter up top. I forgot. They do have one here. Alright, let's double check all of the... Yeah, we're just waiting on water at this point. I think I can build another one of those. Yay, here we go. I think I actually need to change these all around. I think they're in the wrong direction. There we go, that looks a little better. Alright, load that bad boy up. Oh, I could have just jumped off the face of that, I forgot. My water reserves are low, I'm aware. I can pull down 500 watts. Well, not quite, like 450. I could pull down 450. I think, yeah, that's very true, JK. Like, nothing wrong with leaving a game. No need to bitch about it or announce your departure. Like, you gotta ask those people, do you announce your departure every time you leave the grocery store? Do you announce your departure every time you leave the post office? Like, is that what you do? Is that a thing for you? Like, you're always announcing your departure? Um, I am not immune to critiquing games. So, as an example, yesterday I did an early thoughts video on Soulframe Preludes. I started the video. The key is to make sure you start off positive. You praise the things you like about the game. And we started the video off praising the things we talked about. But then the latter half of the video was me critiquing the lack of tutorials and some things that I think the developers could definitely afford to work on. That's the point of an early access, is to provide feedback to developers. Now, unfortunately, people have become so brainwashed into thinking that critiquing is the same thing as, like, bitching. I've got some people who got majorly triggered that I'm bashing their favorite game, Soulframe, and it's like, no, 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 no. I had a great time. Don't get me wrong. However, the lack of tutorials is a big thing for me. And it's one of those things where at the end of my session yesterday, said I would like to play more, but I need to go watch the video that Transcend sent over to me before I play anymore, because what I don't want to do is log back into the game and find myself frustrated while I'm playing, because if I'm not having fun, that comes through on stream. And if I'm not having fun, the audience isn't going to have fun watching me. So in order to ensure that I have fun the next time I play, I need to go watch a video where someone else who has played the game for a lot longer than I have and has figured all the things out and has explained it, has provided me with the ability to do so, to go in and watch. My frustration, and I will continue to share that frustration, is that the game developers need to have those tutorials in the game and not rely upon YouTubers to make their tutorials for them. And I will continue to make that critique. That does not mean I'm bashing on the game. Does not mean I'm disliking the game. It means I am critiquing a component. There is a big difference between providing constructive criticism when asked, because that's the key. You should never, ever, ever, never, ever, 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 ever provide criticism unless you're being asked to provide criticism. Otherwise, you're just a condescending asshole. But in an early access situation, the developers are very much asking for criticisms and critiques. There are so many airports right now on Facebook and Reddit, right? All these departures. Yes, constructive is not, which I've still not watched the video yet. And the reason I haven't watched the video yet is because I'm not playing Soulframe right now. I'll grab the link right now and post it. Wait, did you already post that in the gaming channel? Where did you put that link, Allie? I'm trying to find the link now. Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. I know where it is. You posted, Allie posted it on a, Transcend posted it on a YouTube video. It's not in the Discord. Let me go grab it really quick. I know where the link is at. I need to put it in the Discord anyway for my own personal, here, remember where this video is at. Because I want to play more Soulframe. As soon as I'm done, we're running drops right now, so I wanted to take advantage of the drops campaign to do my building session. But I'm going to go back and play some more Soulframe this month. Here's the link. Copy link address. I'm going to put this in Discord. It's going to be in the gaming section. Yeah, I found it. It just took me a minute because I had to remember where it was. Anyway, the link is up in the Discord now. AFK more in the Oh, Funcom has been extremely receptive and quick to answer things.
All right. Grace says, I know it's going to be a while. I can't wait to be able to stream full time and not drive anymore. These drives are long until. I don't blame you, dude. There was, I remember there was a 7 year period where when I was working for my dad, and it was in my late teens, early 20s, and I got fired like 3 or 4 times. My dad and I do not have a good relationship, and working with him sucked ass. But this is pre-internet, so I didn't have a choice. Um, 7 years, I lived in a place called Greeley, Colorado, which is about 2 hours. Depends on traffic, like an hour and a half, 2 hours north of Denver. And we primarily worked out of Denver. And for 7 years, pretty much every single day, I drove every day, drove to Denver and home from Denver every single day for work. So the traffic, how long it was 3 to 4, usually around 4 hours of drive time every single day on top of working an 8 hour shift. Now the good thing was that for probably half of that, I did get paid drive time, not overtime, but I did get compensated for driving when we were on big company projects. But a lot of those were also smaller projects where I didn't get paid drive time. But I remember in one particular, we were working on the south side of Denver, which was 2.5 hours away from the house. And my dad implemented a no break work schedule for that particular project. So we worked from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., no breaks. You could scarf a sandwich on the fly, but no breaks. We worked an 8 hour shift without any breaks. And the reason we did that was to beat traffic there and to beat traffic back. So we would get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, be in the truck by no later than, be on the road no later than 4 a.m. to be on the job site by 6 a.m. so that we beat traffic on the way down to the south side of Denver. And then be off the job site and in the truck no later than 2 p.m. driving back so that we would beat traffic on the way out. And we carpooled. We had 2 big trucks. All the guys would pile into the 2 trucks, and we would ferry guys to the job site from the parking place in the morning, and we'd ferry them back to the parking space at night. So 4 hours of drive time every day on that project, plus an 8 hour shift. That was an average day. I did that for 7 years. I do not miss a moment of working construction at all. Fuck that shit. I do not miss. So I get where you're coming from, Gray, man. I totally get it. It's good to have a dream to strive for, and trust me when I say, when you finally make it, you are gonna feel the best feeling of elation that you have ever felt in your life. It's gonna be the biggest weight off your shoulders to finally achieve that dream of going full time. I remember when the transition for me was in 2008. Because at the end of 2007, I saw the writing on the wall, and I shut down my construction company, sold all my tools, closed down the corporation, and I moved abroad, and I started writing full time. And the very first publication that I sold to in early 20, I remember I wrote my first short story on a ski trip in Bulgaria. I had went with my significant other at the time. Her family was on a ski trip. I didn't go skiing. I sat in the hotel room on a laptop and wrote a short story while they were all off skiing on the mountain. And the very first short story I ever wrote in January of 2008, the very first place I sent it to bought it. And it was the biggest feeling, like knowing that I was finally going to get to do what I wanted to do my whole life. I was finally doing what I wanted to do. That feeling of elation, I've never looked back, ever. I've made a living online, and I've talked about this in another place. We've been talking about this in that series I've got going on YouTube for how to make a living as a content creator online. in that series, I talked about how I've been making an income online with a public-facing persona since 2008. As a travel writer, a travel photographer, a travel videographer, a blogger. I was a blogger before I was anything. Like blogging was how I made money for a very long time because we used to actually make money doing blogs. I don't think anybody makes money doing blogs anymore these days. It's all you're like a YouTuber or a TikToker or Instagrammer. It depends on where you live, where you can be monetized. But I have been making money online in a digital format since 2008, and I will continue to do so until I am dead and in the grave. Like, it's like actors. Like, Harrison Ford was talking about the other day. Someone's asking Harrison Ford, "Are you ever going to retire from acting?" And he's like, "No. Why would I? They need old people to play old people parts. This is what I love doing. This is my job. Like, I will do this until I'm dead." And I'm the same way. It's like if I'm alive and able to be in front of a camera on the internet, I will be doing something online. Whether it might not be video games, it might be building things, it might be sculpting, it might be painting, it might be, I don't know. This is just the current iteration of what I'm doing. And once you figure that out, once you're able to make that transition, it is a very powerful feeling. Not gonna lie, it's pretty awesome. All right, I am just out of water at this point, so can't really do anything. Let's see if I can tear down any more. 100,000 miles a year. That's a lot of driving. Yep. I can. Can I tear down one more? I think I can tear down one more. 150? Oh, that'll be close. I had to break out the calculator to make sure. Yeah, that's gonna have 20 surplus. All right, I can tear it down. Lou, I'm gonna be doing some Destiny 2 later this week. Stay tuned. I'll probably need help. I'll probably scream and cry, and I don't know when. As soon as I get past the initial drops campaign here for Dune and finish what I'm working on, I'm gonna go back and start plugging away at Destiny 2 again. I gotta finish. I'm gonna finish Alien Fire Team Elite today, I think. And then once I'm done with that, and we're gonna slip back into Destiny 2 and try to beat that stupid encounter so I can get back to working on the campaign. You're welcome, Shalaria. Enjoy the drops. That's what they're there for. Shout out to Funcom for making the drops available, so that we could do cool drops campaigns. Yes, also you too, Transcend. I wasn't sure if you were still around. I'm going to try it again one more time by myself to see if I can't get past that encounter. But if I can't get past that encounter by myself, I'm going to be screaming for help. Because I got pretty irritated when I played it the other day and was like, I'm done with Destiny 2 for a week. I took a week off. So I've been encouraging trying to help Bubbles. I don't think Bubbles is going to have a problem. It's just consistency, because his streams are entertaining. He does great thumbnails. It's just going to be consistency. because Bubbles already does everything you need to be doing. Same thing with Gray. It's just consistency. And it's also, the hardest part for anybody doing this for a living is getting past the early year or 2 years of streaming to nobody. That part sucks. It does suck. The hardest part, though, is like breaking through the noise, because you have to break through the noise. Like, it's just, how many people are streaming Dune Awakening on Twitch right now? I'm going to go look, and I'll tell you. Let's go look at the Dune Awakening category on Twitch. I mean, there are, I don't know how many channels are live right now. There's 7,400 people watching Dune Awakening right now. There are a whole bunch of people live playing the game right now. We are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think we're 14. We're number 14. Number 14 or number 15 on the list of people streaming Dune Awakening right now on Twitch. There's a bunch of people above me. My Twitch channel is coming up on its 2-year anniversary in October. YouTube we're closing in on 4 years. But with Twitch, I think we're almost close to our 5,000 follower mark on Twitch, so we're getting there. That's our objective for 2025, was to get to 5,000 followers on Twitch, and we're pretty close. I think I'm like 4,800 or something like that right now. Anyway, but it just depends on the games I'm playing. So like, what were we playing yesterday? Like, so I've been playing an older game, which is the Alien Fire Team. I only get like 6 to 8 people on Twitch. It's like 8 people on Twitch and like 30 to 40 people on YouTube. It's a very small audience because it's a very older game. It's not a popular game, and I'm okay with that because I don't need, So it's just, you just do it. You just play the games you want to play as long as you can afford it. Play the games you want to play and go from there. But when you find the ones that work, go hard and heavy on those. Like Dune Awakening does good things for my channel. Plus, we're on the Steam page with Funcom. So I'm not playing this game every single day right now, but I am. Right now, we are playing every day because the new Drops campaigns started. But I play a lot of other games. Not every game is going to hit off the same way. Like some games I get 40 people watching, some games I get 150. Belnos started back when we were playing EverQuest 2. That was like 3 years ago, Like, you'll play a lot of games. But yeah, it's like you said, great. Stream the things you're happy streaming first. Even if it's a small game, people will eventually tune in, and it might take 2 years. Wasn't it Jinxie or whatever his name is? He's a really obnoxious, like, Call of Duty streamer, or some sort of shooter streamer. Really obnoxious guy. But I remember he has a success story with, like, his dad was the only person who watched his stream for the first year. Like, he literally went 1 year, one person per day watching his streams. That was it, and it was always his dad. His dad was the only person who watched him stream for like a year on Twitch. And you can actually go look at his Twitch numbers. And it was like one person, 2 people, 3 people, like for a year. And then all of a sudden, something he did blew up. And all of a sudden, everything blew up. There's a lot of success stories like that where you just gotta go. A perfect example of this, I've been doing this full time, 3.5 years, right? This is here. Let me I'm gonna timestamp this. This will be a great episode to put into the how to make a living as a full-time content creator. Um, blowing up is what we'll call this, and we're gonna timestamp this. For those of you just tuning in, welcome aboard. We do have a series over on YouTube and Twitch that we just started recently. We're up to episode 9, which went out last night. How to make a living as a full-time content creator and streamer. So this is a perfect example. So I'm 3.5 years to full-time, right? And I am successful at this. I make a decent middle-class living, right? I make thousands of dollars per month. It pays our bills. We put money in the savings every month. I do not make tens of thousands a month. I am not that type of streamer. But I do make thousands per month. And it just varies on a month-to-month basis. And even though I do this full-time, the numbers always do this. You're never going to have, especially when you do variety content like I do, some games hit better than others. The key is consistency. But even with consistency, sometimes things are out of your control, and all you can do is just put your head down and you go. But what I want to talk about is the blowing up aspect of this, because we were just talking about, Jinxies or whatever his name is, streaming to one person for a year. That's his dad. So I have had an Instagram account for a long time, like 3 years, and I have reliably published content on Instagram in short vertical format, the same as I do on TikTok and my YouTube Shorts, right? Over the past 3 years, my TikTok account slowly grew to about 3,500 followers. It's up to like 4,800 or something like that, not 4,500. But over time, over like 3 years, my TikTok account grew to like 3,500. My Instagram account had like no traction on it whatsoever, despite the fact that I'm publishing the exact same shorts that I push to my YouTube short algorithm, my TikTok account, my Instagram account as a reel, right? 3.5 years, every single day publishing a short piece of content, every single day. Then randomly, on July 10th, one of my posts went viral on Instagram. That post, so this just goes to show you that even though I am making a full-time living and I'm consistent, and YouTube is my big platform, Twitch is my second platform. Hang on, I'm gonna open up my Instagram account really quick. Sometimes all it takes is one thing blowing up, and you have no control over this whatsoever. It's just a matter of being consistency. I've had multiple things blow up on YouTube. I've had multiple things blow up on TikTok. I had never had anything blow up on Instagram, and this is the biggest blow up I've seen. All right, this post now has, it's going to take 1.1 million views on one single Instagram reel, and I went from 142 followers to 13,300 followers in what, a month? What is the date today? The 15th. So in like 40 days or something like that, right? 45 days. We went from 140 followers on Instagram to 13.3. So I've gained 13,000 followers in a month from not one post. That one post has driven traffic to a whole, because now I have several posts on Instagram which have done 600,000 views, 250,000 views, 300,000 views, and a whole bunch of like 25 to 50,000 view posts in the last month. I'm not monetized on Instagram, right? But what it does is it pushes a whole bunch of traffic to my streams and my content and everything else. And all that is the result of it. There's no magic secret success formula there. It's just consistency. It's like compound interest, exactly, Syndicate. It's we talked about this the other day too in one of the episodes in the new series. We were talking about like Dino. Dino talked about how it took him 16 years to get to 100,000 followers on YouTube. 16 years. Once he hit 100,000 on YouTube, within 2 years he blew up, and now he has several million on YouTube. So it was a compound thing where it took him 16 years to get to 100,000. And then suddenly he got enough to where he's able to go full time, and then it went from 100,000 to several million in the course of like 2 years. Sometimes it's just a nature, you're just literally building up your library over time, and eventually things pop off. Now the good thing, like, I've been doing this long enough now, I don't have to rely on things popping off to make a living. When things do pop off, it's always a very nice surprise when something goes from, because YouTube, I think on an average month I do like 600,000 to 700,000 views on YouTube, and then Twitch just depends, right? I'll do another 300,000 a month on Twitch. So I get like 1 million views per month between YouTube and Twitch. And that ad revenue pays my bills. Plus we have memberships and subscriptions and donations and all this other stuff. Um, that pays the bills. Anything that's outside of that is icing on the cake. So when you do have something pop off and it's like suddenly you get something, instead of doing 5,000 or 10,000 views, it does 50,000. That's like, okay, cool, I'm going to make an extra $30 or $40 off of that piece of content. Well, when that happens on a regular basis, it's like, cool, there's an extra $300, there's an extra $700, there's an extra, okay, cool, this month we're going to make $5,000, this month we're going to make $3,000, this month we're going to make $4,200, this month we're going to make $5,500, this month we're going to make $2,700. Like, there's just all these, it's ups and downs. But consistency is the number one key. There's no secret success to blowing up. It's just day in, day out. The compound interest comment was really useful because that's a great way to look at it. It is like compound interest. You're literally just adding to the account every single day. And I've talked about this before. Like, we get people who will try to ridicule, oh, your videos on YouTube, those 7 videos only got 17 views, right? And it's like, I don't care, because I put out 20 videos a day on YouTube. The traffic on those isn't about the traffic that you get within the first 24 hours. It's what do those videos do over the course of a year? And I have almost 9,000 videos in YouTube. If every single one of those videos is making a penny a day, those thousands of pennies add up. And a lot of people will try to say stupid things like, oh, your video only got 100 views and Co Carnage's video got 10,000. I was like, you don't pay attention to Co Carnage. So like yesterday, he's playing Abiotic right now. And like yesterday, his team published like 12 or 15 videos in the Abiotic series. Some of those videos had been out for like 7 hours and had 30 views. That's just a game where it's taking time for those videos to go out to the algorithm and for his audience to catch up watching, because he has a big live stream audience, and then other people will watch the VODs after the fact. It's not about how many views a video gets in the first 24 hours. It's about what is the totality of your library generate over time, and that's that compound interest that adds up. All those pennies stack up over time on YouTube, on top of your Twitch revenue, on top of your live stream revenue, on top of your Patreon, on top of your book sales, on top of your merch. Speaking of which, I'm gonna plug that. Since we just launched that new t-shirt series and merch series, the Grown Ass Man Playing Video Games series, I'm going to drop a link in there. All that stuff adds up over time. But there is no secret sauce to success. It's just the consistency. So this goes back to what Gray was talking about earlier about, getting past the point of, the part of streaming to no one. Everybody streams to no one in the beginning. And then once you just do it every single day, and it is an if you are doing all the things you're supposed to be doing, cutting your content into VODs for YouTube, making sure you're doing all your short content, publishing that out to your social media team, all your social media. As long as you're doing all the things you're supposed to be doing, you can't just go live every single day and hope that that's going to be enough. You have to go live, then cut that content into videos, upload those to, export those to YouTube, cut your shorts out, put that on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter X, Blue Sky. You need to be doing all the steps. As long as you're doing all the steps, over time that stuff just accumulates, and it adds up over time, and you eventually will find that my very first piece that ever blew up was a Cyberpunk 2077 video I did when the game first launched. I don't even know if I was monetized at that point. I might have been. But I had a Cyberpunk 2077 video that did like 15,000 views or something. And at the time, all my videos were getting like 30 to 50 views. And suddenly I had a video that got 15,000 views. And I remember watching that and being like, "Oh my God, I made it. I made it. And it was like the retrospect of that is that those things happen you have no control over it. All you can do is just make consistently good content, and eventually stuff starts popping off. Syndicate, yeah, there's a whole series over on YouTube, Syndicate, if you're not watching it yet. I think we've done 9 episodes, plus we've got a couple of other things that are thrown in there. We've had lots of conversations like this during live streams, and I just never put them into an actual series before, and I've had a lot of requests for it. So about a month ago, we started putting everything into an actual playlist on YouTube, and I've been doing dedicated episodes in it as well. So it's just there's a whole series over on YouTube, how to make a living as a content creator and streamer, and we share lots of tidbits like this. This one we happen to do live because why not? This is the perfect time to say, make sure you follow along, everybody. Daily streams at 4:30 a.m. on YouTube and Twitch. This is the day job. Play a lot of games. Let's get back to it. You're gonna need an autograph shirt. There's nothing wrong with that, Eleanor. Everybody starts somewhere. Like, I'm not big fish at all. Like, but I make a full-time living at it. And it's like, Gary Vaynerchuk has some great discussions on, like, as an example, some people think that you have to be, like, massive. Yeah, some people think that you have to have a massive following to be able to do this for a living. And like, there's no way. I've got this one guy on Instagram we've talked about before. He was like, there's no way you're making a full-time living. You're lying to people. And it's like, okay, yeah. My income reports have been published for 3.5 years. Like, I'm making all that shit up. I'm manipulating all of the analytics numbers on YouTube. I'm manipulating all of that. I'm photoshopping all of that when I do it live. Like, it's just whatever. Some people think that you have to have hundreds of thousands of followers and hundreds of people watching your streams to do this full time. And it's like, no, that's not true. That is not true. Gary Vaynerchuk has a great discussion, and it's probably 7 or 8 years old now, because I used to tap into it when I was doing public speaking for a living. But when you talk about people who are successful playing sports, most people in their mind are immediately going to think about professional athletes at the top of the game. NBA stars, NBA stars, NFL stars, NHL stars, the guys who make hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars a year playing sports. But that's not all of the people who play sports. That is the pinnacle of the sport. There are a lot of people who love basketball, football, baseball, whatever, who play full time, even if they're not at the peak 1% level of millionaire athletes, right? These are the people who are high school basketball coaches, college basketball coaches, assistant coaches, medics for a college football team, people who work at all levels of the sport and earn a full-time living doing it. Session musicians, Eleanor, that's a perfect example. How many session musicians are out there who make music for a living, who are music teachers as well, and they get to do what they love and make a living doing it? And yet when people think musician, they think of, oh, like Oasis, like you're not allowed to be a musician unless you're a super band. And it's like, there are so many people out there who are successful at what they love doing at all levels of it. And unfortunately, because
Smooth brains can't think beyond. You have to have 1,000. You have to have 100,000 followers to be considered legitimate. It's like that's not the way it works. Like, um, there are lots of people who are doing what they love. They just might not necessarily be in the 1% rank of people who do it. Oasis is from a rock band perspective. Oasis is amazing. There's a reason why Noel's considered one of the biggest songwriters ever from the UK. Um, Not everybody might like their music, but you can't, it doesn't take away from the fact that those guys are amazing and extremely talented performers and entertainers, for sure. And even those guys will tell you, like, how many gigs did those guys play in the early years before they made it big? You know what I mean? Like, right, working actors. Working actors is another great example of you'll see a lot of guys who show up in everything. Like you'll see his face and he's like in every single sci-fi TV show you see, and he's like a character actor, and lives in Vancouver, and they film a lot of shows in Vancouver, and so he's in all of these things, but he's never like an A-list. He's like a C-list, but you know his face and you see him everywhere. He's a working actor. And some of those people will go 20, 30 years. Pedro Pascal is the perfect example of an actor. I think an even better example, though, would be Ian McKellen. Ian McKellen had spent 40 years on stage and in film before he was cast as Gandalf, and right before, or at the same time as Gandalf, was Magneto, right? So he blew up. Like, Ian McKellen was just a working dude, and he had success on the stage, and he had won awards, but he was just a working actor, day in, day out, pursuing his craft, and then blew up because of Gandalf Magneto. Patrick Stewart, regular working stage actor until he got the role as the captain in Star Trek The Next Generation. Like, these are guys who just day in, day out, just put out content, did what they were going to do. Christopher Waltz, another great example. Like, this is awesome, guys. We're coming up with all these examples in chat, which just goes back to day in, day out, pursuing their craft, just working really, 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 really hard, doing what they love, and then one day they blew up. Taylor Sheridan is another great example, because I remember Taylor Sheridan when he was the fucking cop on Sons of Anarchy, the guy you loved to kind of like, he was there, and then suddenly one day he was no longer on Sons of Anarchy, and that's because one day he decided that he was done and he wanted to go write screenplays, and so he went and he stopped being an actor and he just started writing screenplays, and then he did several good screenplays like Sicario and other things before he got to Yellowstone. He produced several screenplays before he got to um, the Yellowstone level, and before that he was an actor who was a working actor, but he wasn't famous. So there's tons of examples of people in every single different career you can think of who just put in the time day in and day out, working at the thing they loved, and eventually it popped off. Pedro Pascal, I was saying earlier, another guy worked in obscurity for 20 years before he got famous with Game of Thrones, and because of the, also, I'm blanking on his name right now, the guy who plays the cop in Stranger Things. That was another guy. He was a working actor for years and years and years before he blew up on Stranger Things. Why am I not remembering his name off the top of my head? I loved his Hellboy movie that he did a few years ago too. It was great. Anyway, so many examples. So many examples. David Harbour, thank you. Yes. Okay. You guys got me on a good sidetrack discussion. All right, we've harvested flower sand. We have produced a bunch of silicone. Produce some more silicone. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Okay. I think. Oh, yeah, comedians are another great example. Sure, for sure. I think you could look at any industry in the world and find, you know, people who just love what they're doing, especially creative endeavors and artistic jobs. You know, essential services is a little different. Um, but I think any creative endeavor in particular, because creative endeavors are probably the hardest thing ever to monetize in the sense that
Sector weather alert.
it's
A
not
large
essential.
sandstorm is approaching.
What I'm doing right here as a day job is not. This is not an essential part of human existence. I work in entertainment. That is not essential, right? So like, I love when people are like, "Is this game worth it?" And I'm like, "No." You know what's worth it? Buying groceries for your kids, paying for the health insurance that keeps your kids, you know, healthy, taking care of your wife's treatment if she has, your spouse's treatment. Like that's important. That's worth it. A video game is a fucking hobby. Like this is not an essential thing at all. Um, but it's an entertainment thing, and to make a living in the entertainment sector is, um, it's wild to think about. I think you'll hear this
Sector
whenever
weather alert. A large
you
sandstorm is approaching.
if you watch interviews with actors who have humility, they will all tell you that they have the most ridiculously blessed job in the world. And a lot of those actors, especially if they came from working class backgrounds or they came from families who had nothing, like we were talking about Oasis earlier. Oasis is a good example of a broken family. They came from nothing. They lived in council flats in Manchester, um, and they were able to literally go from the ground up. And they fucked up a lot along the way. They've had a lot of issues. Those two brothers, in terms of dealing with fame and money and ego and drugs and alcohol and all of that other stuff. Um, but a lot of actors will, if they came from a working class background, they'll tell you that like being an actor and getting paid hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. But even the working class actors who are making $500, $700 a day as a working actor. I mean, there's a guy I follow on TikTok. His name is Luke Cook. He's got a Netflix show out right now. He's not a big name actor. The bulk of his money comes from his TikTok account, and he talks a lot about the need to do lots of other things to make money in between the acting gigs. And yet he has a successful Netflix show, and yeah, I'm familiar. That's why I mentioned Oasis recently, because they're in the press right now, having just done the new recent tour. Um, well, I appreciate that, granted. Lou says video games keep me from eating. That's not essential. That's true. It's true. They are an essential escape for a lot of people.
All right, I need to sit here and think for a minute about what I need to do next, because I can't make any more directionals until I produce more duraluminum, which needs more water, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna have to make 2 more. I need 2 more directionals to fully replace all of the omnidirectionals, and that's not gonna happen during today's session because I'm gonna be waiting for duraluminum production. But I only need 2 more of these to have this base 100% running on these. And then I'm going to have to start strategically. I don't like the placement on these right now. I'll worry about placement later, because we got a whole bunch of space up top of this roof we could do. Although, to be honest with you, I could probably start it now. Let's just take a look at this, since I have nothing else to do right now. Twitch drops are indeed happening today and yesterday as well. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I can do this right here. Repaired laptop for the win, Grimm's World. One, 2, 3. Yeah, it's not quite centered, but that's okay. We'll sort this out. There, that's a little more symmetrical. All right. That gives us a much more symmetrical look to everything. And I got to do 2 more, which I can place over here somewhere.
Or one on the corner there, one on the corner there, something like that. Let's go get a look at that from the air. Yeah, that looks a lot better. I could probably move that one out from the corner. Might look a little better. Don't mind the chunk. All right. Let me go take a quick bio, see if there's any more coffee left over, and think about what we're going to work on next, because I could probably go replace all of the stuff at the other base and start converting everything else over to the observer set. Or I could work on putting together a generic deep desert base to cover. I'm not going to start it this week, but I would like to start doing now that they've moved Plastinium and Sterilium and all that other stuff down to the A row. I think I'm going to think about finally going out there and starting to work on my personal T6 journey. But I got to think about that more. I'll be right back.
Alright, had to check on the ducks and the chickens. Alright, see ya, Transcend. I'm getting steak and eggs for breakfast. Speaking of a kick-ass wife. Went out and got the last of the coffee, and she was pulling a steak out of the freezer and said, "We're having steak and eggs for breakfast." And I went, do I have any granite that I could take over? Oh, the problem is, sorry, I don't know which one of these thopters is my thopter. That was it. Oh shit, I forgot I don't have the booster on. I was like, go boosters, go. They have said that that's coming in the pipeline, the ability to name containers and vehicles at some point. I don't need fuel, I'm half full. But there you go, just to make you happy. Got these rounded things now. And columns. And a different type of wall. Observer wall 2. And round walls. Let me...
I like the look of those on the interior a lot more. What do they look like on the outside? Oh, I also need to fix this right here. Oh, those look way cooler. Okay. Yeah. I don't know that I'm going to spend any time redoing this base. I think what I want to do, to be honest with you, I think I want to put... Here's a question for those of you who spend a lot of time in the deep desert, which I do not. Can I build a regular fief in the deep desert, or does it have to be an advanced sub-fief? Because if I can just build a generic tiny base to throw away that fits within a normal a normal fief claim, not a sub, like not an advanced sub-fief, but a normal sub-fief. You can do regular, says Breton. Okay, perfect, because I don't want to pay taxes on it. I just want something that I can quickly tear down at the end of the week. Oh, perfect. Oh, awesome. Thank you guys. All right, cool. All right, so I need to get some okay. So, I need granite right now. Let's do granite. Let's roll around and see if there's any granite. Oh, this, however, does need fuel. And speaking of which, I think there's more granite up where I was getting aluminum, so we should probably do the harvesting run back up at the other base. But I do need to remember to bring back a fuel cell. Oh, that's right, because it's only 7 days. You don't get taxed on it. The only downside I can see... Granite. Granite rock. The only downside I can see is if... Because see, I'm not going to want to go out to the deep desert every week. It's like, I could foresee myself... Because like, some weeks I'm going to be too busy with other games. I'm not going to have time to play all the time. But I could see... would be a good time for me to start setting up my very first deep desert base and having a solido copy of it, and all I really want to go out there for is to set something up on the A road to farm plastinium and ceridium or whatever, and then bring it back to the main base here for processing. Like, or maybe I set up the processors out there because it's cheaper to do it that way. I'm starting to formulate my deep desert plans, is what it's coming down to.
Because the guild already has its deep desert base for those things. That's on Blackthorn, and those guys have the Solido copy of that. But I think I might actually go out there and look for a really cool place to put up an A row or a B row base to start doing my run. All right, I need granite, but while we're out here, I could also look for aluminum. Because I could go out there and set up a really cool observer base. Yep, that's what I'm thinking, AFK Mar. Exactly that. Yeah, we already have a guild base, so I don't have to worry about the guild base. I'm worrying about something for my personal enjoyment, which is separate from the guild base. I should probably grab some scrap metal while I'm at it. Don't know what I might need it for. Yep, my bachelor pad. That's right. That's why I'm going to bring the ladies who aren't afraid to get a little sand in there. It's as multiplayer as you want it to be, Belnoth. I believe it's 4-man parties system, so you can have up to 3 other people in your group. We have done... I haven't done a ton of group stuff. In the beginning, when we were all playing during the first couple of weeks, we did quite a few like group runs, but it's honestly, it's however you want to do it. Basically, it's all of what... Here, there's an easier way to explain this. Let me mine this really quick. This map right here, Belnoth, this entire map, if I can, I'm not going to be able to scroll all the way, but this entire map, it's one big rectangle, right, that goes from top to bottom. You start off down here in the very bottom. This is where everybody starts, Haga Basin South. This whole map represents arguably 200 hours of gameplay. If you complete everything and you do every single quest and you do all the things you could do and you build bases and you farm shit and you do all the things that are there for you to do in the game, this is 150 to 200 hours of content. Easily. Just here. Then there is the deep desert portion of the game, which is an infinite amount of gameplay, because that's where all like the in-game loop takes place. And as you know from any other game you've ever played, and you've done a lot of MMOs over the years, the in-game loop is like dailies and weeklies and all that other stuff. And I would argue that it's way easier in the deep desert when you're multiplayer. This whole map that we're looking at right now, this is designed to be soloed. However, everything that you do on this map can be done with friends. You can all do this together. So it's designed to be solo play with optional co-op and multiplayer. So this map, especially if you're playing with your kids, yeah, you've got lots of stuff to do. And it's way easier to play with friends in terms of... So here's an example. If you're playing with your kids, Belnoth, this buggy has space for 2 people to ride with you. 1 person in the passenger seat, 1 person in the mining turret. So you can run around with 3 people in this buggy. You can also have a passenger on your sand bike. And then your assault ornithopter has space for 3 additional passengers. So you can have 4 people, a full group, in your assault ornithopter to roll around in that with your friends. So it's designed so, like, if you're all playing together, you're not all going to need to make a buggy. You make 1 buggy, 3 people roll around in the buggy, you're good to go. Or you work your way up and you make 1 assault ornithopter, and now you can fly around the whole map with all of you together in the ornithopter. So and it's buy to play. There's no monthly subscription, so you can duck in and duck out with your kids as often as you want, take a 6-month break, come back. The only thing that I would say is a little, you can't just build a base and forget about it. Like, there is a lot of active base management required. So once you get to the stage where you're building a base for everybody to keep yourself safe, keep all your stuff safe, it does require, like, you have to keep the shields on, you have to keep your taxes paid. Like, you can't just walk away for 6 months and come back and still have your base. It'll be like, oh no, you didn't pay your taxes, you didn't keep your shields going, your base is gone. There is some... That's a good point, Gray. Affiliate link in the description text if you decide to buy the game. That is true. I do have an affiliate link. Yeah, that's too much work, Jay. Like, no. I wonder if I need copper to build a base. I don't remember what I need for, like, the basic base structure. Yeah, so the way I've been playing for the past couple, like maybe 6 weeks, is like I'm logging in once every 2 weeks to maintain my taxes and my power and my shields and everything. It's you log in. And everything I'm doing right now, which is sort of the high-end version of all that, is I've been setting everything up to be the omnidirectional wind turbines, which I only have to log in and do once a month as opposed to once every 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Now, it does require a little bit more management in the long run in terms of needing to refine spice to be able to get the things, but once you have enough spice residue stockpiled, I mean, and then I got enough coins saved up to pay my taxes for the next 2 years in game, so it's like, at some point you can get to the point where it's a minimal amount of activity. So that's really what I'm doing from a streamer perspective is, I'm playing lots of other games, and while I wait for story content to drop for Dune Awakening, I only log in once every couple of weeks, and I'll stream like one session on a Sunday afternoon where I come in and I play the game for like 2 hours, and I do all of my base upkeep in that 2-hour stream, and then I go away and play lots of other games until 2 weeks later. And then whenever they drop a story update, I'll play the game, or when they have a drops campaign like what's going on right now, I'm happy to jump in and play 3 or 4 days. Complete a bunch of my objectives that I've saved up, farm some more coin, farm some more resources, build a new base, work on my alt a little bit. I think that is a dead node. There it goes.
seeing a lot of granite up in here, but I am getting plenty of aluminum, which I need along with anyway. Oh, there's some granite. If you're in a sheltered nook, that might work, Syndicure. I think the big thing would be making sure that your advanced subfief console is sheltered within that nook, so that even if parts of the base were to deteriorate, your subfief and aka land claim would remain valid, if that makes sense. Because I think if you could build in a way that your subfief is protected from the elements even when the shields are down, you could keep your land claim indefinitely, assuming you're using a non-taxed subfief. That's actually a really good thing that would be fun to test out, because what if you get bored with the game and you decide that you just want to take a 6-month break, you know? We were talking about this in Discord the other day about the idea of having, like, you basically create yourself a base down in the Haga Basin, or in the Haga Rift. Oh, well, the taxed ones do matter because the tax man cometh for everybody. But if you built a basic throwaway base down in the Haga Rift at the very bottom where the storms can't get to it, theoretically, it could last forever. Theoretically. However, once the shields go down, I think people can come in and, like, take stuff from your chests, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know that anybody can destroy your base. So I don't know. We were talking about this the other day in Discord. It's like, what could theoretically destroy your base if you had a permanent base set up down in the Haga Basin, a non-taxed fief, so, like, you should be able to theoretically create a base down in the Haga Rift that is untouchable, indestructible, excuse me, and can last forever. So that if you were going to take an extended break, you could at the very least have a place set up where all your vehicles are safe. But I also don't know if there's a period of time that they consider it to be abandoned if you don't log in. Like, these are all good questions. No, you cannot do that. The NPC thing has been completely fixed. That was part of the thing that they just patched out, was the bug with people luring NPCs to bases to destroy the bases. That has been patched out as of a patch that just happened 2 days ago, 3 days ago. That was literally one of the big things in the patch. That was some granite, I think. Or something anyway. I would think it would last indefinitely down in the Haga Rift, because there's nothing down in there. There's no storms down in there. So there's nothing to destroy your base. So you could theoretically create a completely enclosed structure with a locked door in it that nobody can get in, and in the Haga Rift, and you should be safe. Create a simple box, one big storage chest, That's the thing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how the decay function works, Gray. That's something I think no one's really tested that theory out yet. Because I can easily say, well, I'll commit to the next year of actively logging in and paying my taxes and stuff. Because this base right here, this mega base, it cost me 24,000 in taxes, and I spent like 50 hours of real time building this base, and it's got all the T6 production facility for the guild. I think there's a backup base now, though. I think Jen set up a T6 production hub at his base as well, so we have two guild bases now doing production facilities. But like, it would suck to lose all of this because this is not even just 50 hours of building the base. This probably represents about 75 hours of game time, like real time in terms of building all of the structures, all of the machines and everything else. It would suck to lose this, but at the same time, like I can say personally, like I'm going to be playing this for the next year because I want to do all the story updates. I have the Ultimate Edition. I'm going to play all the DLCs, and I'll be weaving in and out of this with all the other games I play because it's my job. But what if I was a casual player like my brother? My brother does not have time to play a game like this. He doesn't have the time commitment to play a game like this. My brother has been plucking away at Jedi Survivor since January, and he still is only about 75% of the way through the game. So for someone who's casual like my brother, the idea of maintaining a base like this is not it's not realistic. But if they can create a base down in like the Haga Rift that they don't have to pay taxes on, you know what I mean? Like that's more feasible because it's something they can jump in and out of every 4 or 5 weeks. They get in and play. Syndicate says, "I'm going to test this out," says Cindy. Yeah, definitely. I think it's something interesting and necessary to test out for sure. I had more granite in here too. Okay, well, let's it's gonna be overkill on granite, Jesus. All right. Oh, not what I meant to do. Wrong button. Oh, that's a full box too. Yes, Dune wants you to be logging in and actively, and that's a smart thing to do because from a server perspective, it keeps their servers from being over saturated with shit that no one's using. If someone hasn't logged in for 3 months, their base does not need to be taking storage up on the game servers. Like, so I get that perspective. Like, we want to make sure that the servers remain free of inactive bases. Um, yeah. So once human, I think is what you're talking about. Archives your bases and materials when way too long. You can then restore your base with an automatic blueprint.
I mean, technically, you could do the same thing here. It's just you have to manually do it. You have to manually make a Solido replicator of your base, a Solido copy of your base, and you have to make sure that you have the materials stored away somewhere and safe, so it doesn't automatically archive it for you. Okay. I need to think about now, what do I need to build a base? I need, obviously, the granite. Which we're going to take with us. What is today, by the way? Bigger bank storage would be nice. I wouldn't mind bigger bank storage. All right, see you, Lou. Separate Steam account for an alt copy? Yeah, I mean that's definitely one way to do it. I debated doing that earlier for the Harkonnen alt. I was gonna do. All right, I need basic shields. What do I have to do to get the generator up? This is what I gotta take out there with me. That's just salvaged metal and then fuel cells. So let me load up the assault thopter with some stuff. Let's start off with 1,000 granite. That ought to be more than enough. Let's take 2,000 granite. That ought to be more than enough granite. We can take 300 salvaged metal, and I can take some fuel cells. I shouldn't need anything beyond that, right? Like, I'm not going to worry about building water or anything like that right now. I just want to build a very basic structure for the moment, just to play around with things. Alright, make sure that everything's in storage. Yep. Fuel this bad boy up. Probably should have refilled my water. Let's do that before we go.
full. Still suit is full. Let's do it to it. Bigger bank storage. Man, bigger bank storage would be nice. No lie. We can dream. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Using an alt character to go through it again with your brother? That'd be cool. Renamed chests would be pretty awesome. I would love renamed chests for sure. Like, look at all this coolness we could like build with, like right here at the. I mean, we're right here, and like I could build a base like right up here against the wall, like a cliffside base, like right up in here. Like, I don't need anything fancy. Like, I might just do that right here. We might just use this as our initial. I need something that's easily drive-upable with a driveway, so that I can drive a buggy in and out, right? Like, I could totally build something right here. Let's grab the granite, grab the fuel cells. No. All right. Subvive console. Advanced subvive console. God, I wish I had a better POV here. I mean, is that gonna work? Too close to another subvive. No, I placed it. Oh, it placed it down here. I may have. Screwed the pooch on that. I think I placed it too far down. I did. Hang on, let me destroy that. I don't care about pentashields right now. Alright. What I want is something that can get me butted up against the mountains. If I want to build something up there against the mountains, I can. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I think if I want to build into the mountain, I gotta get it right there. What does that give me out? Okay. Okay. Yes, a bird's eye view when building a base would be phenomenal. Phenomenal. Dun 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 dun. Phenomenal. Dun 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 dun. See, that's probably not going to be what I want though, because I'm not going to have anywhere to roll my buggy up in here, am I? Yeah, it's not going to work. Alright, well let's start off with something very basic so that I can drive into it. The more I think about this, the more I don't like this area because of something I was just thinking about. Yeah, we're not going to do this area. It needs to be flatter. I keep forgetting about the ramp things and driving and all this other stuff. We need to do something like more right out here. Because I don't want to do... God, I wish I could see. The bird's eye view thing is such a big deal. I really wish I could see. All right. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. We're just playing around with stuff. snap grid would be amazing for sure. Oh, I just suddenly realized I'm placing these in a different orientation than I do those, I think. Did I create... Okay. That gives me something very basic. Let's put this back here for a second. What's up, Babylonia? Now the thing is, I would have to... Yeah, do it like this. No, no, hang on. I just noticed that I did something wrong there. Oh, I'm out of granite. Grab some from here. Alright, now I can go demolish these pieces right here. Now I can put a roof on this. Oh, you know what though? Did they give us a They do. Thankfully they did. Okay, I wasn't sure if they'd given us a curved. Okay. Oh, what did I just get an achievement for? Something. Or a journey, sorry. Not an achievement, a journey. Alright. Oh, they've got more sets coming, so I would say at some point we're going to get a door. Now I'm going to ultimately, I'm going to want a pentashield door, probably. Haven't made that decision yet. Oh yeah, I've almost died to the thirst a whole bunch of times while building. When I was building my main base, I'd constantly have people in chat being like, drink, drink, drink. I go until I hear the, like the sound effect of like, that's when I stop. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I need to drink some water. All right, I'm pretty content with that. That's an extremely basic garage, essentially. And all I'm going to do is I could probably I don't even have to put a pentashield door on it, to be honest with you, because there's nothing in here. There's not going to be anything in here. It's literally going to be me rolling up dropping the Thopter off, grabbing my buggy, and driving the buggy out and getting all of the ore that's around here, and then coming back, filling up the Thopter. I'll probably put a pentashield on it just because. So I need a pentashield. And I probably need to put a storage chest here. For the moment. And I did not grab what I needed for a pentashield, so I'll need to go grab some pentashield stuff. Do I need to store anything in here, to be honest with you? Probably just the fuel cells. I really don't need to put any granite in here. Yeah, we're fine. To be honest with you, probably don't even need that. What I don't know, though, is how many more... I don't know what I'm going to need to make. Because I got to make the pentashield. No, I know you don't have to have it, but I think it would look a lot cooler if there was one. Like a pentashield door here. And I need to make a Solido thingy, so we're gonna go back to the main base. And I do need a pentashield because I'm gonna keep roasting in the sun in here if I don't have one. So put that in there. Let's see what I need here to make. I have a pin somewhere. I need steel. I need cobalt paste times 10. And need calibrated times 3. And I don't know how much power that's going to pull. I'll probably need some more generators. So at the very least, I need to go grab the stuff for the calibrated Servoc. Oh, and I need to make a Solido. Sorry. Solido. Because then I will have a basic box structure that I can quickly do, and it's enough, and it's literally only enough things I can quickly tear it all back down and stuff it in the assault thopter at the end of the week. All right, I'll be right back. Monsters, man. I have to play magical cats here. Chris is in the middle of making breakfast. Well, what's even better where we live? So Palenque is like 45 minutes down the road from where we live, from where our homestead is. And the ruins of Palenque are pretty freaking awesome to go to. And then let me get back to my base. I'll drop a link in the chat. Give me a second. Just hang on. I've got a. I got a video you can check out. Haga Basin. You know, something I didn't think about is how much. What's the weight of the buggy? I wonder. Not a big deal right now. I'm not worried about a buggy. Right now, I just wanted to get a very basic structure built, and then I don't even know if I am currently located near any tier 6 nodes that I could go farm with the buggy or not. I just literally landed, first place I saw, let's build a box, make the box, get the box replicated. Then I need to fly around and see where's a good place to put it. Shit, I came in way away from my base. Alright, let's look at a link here. That's what I'm probably going to do. I have my tier 4 buggy here, which has a tier 6... actually, it has a tier 5 mining thing on it. But that's essentially what I'm going to do here, is I'm going to... Eventually, I'll pull that apart. Not today. I won't do it today. It's not my priority right now. My priority was... Alright, let me get this link. So, this is... I think this is the video I'm thinking of. I don't think we have one that was just... Yeah, go watch this at your leisure, Belnoth. I'm going to drop this link in YouTube and Twitch chat. That's like a 10-year-old video. That was the very last adventure travel. So we had a thing we called Travel Blog Boot Camp that Chris and I used to run back when I was still blogging full-time, and we would bring people in to Mexico. They would come down and they would do a travel blog boot camp with me. So I would teach them how to get a travel blog going, We would help them build their brand, and then they would then we would then also do an adventure tour as a part of that. This was with Amelia. Anyway, that's the ruins of Palenque, Yachilan, and Bonampak. It's 3 ruins in one video, but we went to all 3 places. Yachilan is by far the coolest because you actually have to get in a boat and go down the river to get to it. Like, there's no other way to access it. So you actually have to take one of the sketchy ass boats. And we went when there was a flood. And so, like, the river was high, like, the motor cut out as we're on the way down the river, and we're, like, starting to float sideways down the river. And no, but they don't give you life jackets or anything. It's just, pull up your big boy pants and play Indiana Jones. That's a long time ago. Many years ago. What's up, JP? Alright, I need... Well, let's make a Solito replicator first. I think is what it's called. Alright, now I need steel. The problem is I do not know where my steel is located. It's probably going to be easier for me to just make a steel in the... Alright, I need 10 cobalt pastes. And I need 3 Servox. And then I need a single piece of steel, yeah. Oh no, what do I need to make steel? Let's make 1 iron ingot. Oh, I made copper. I'm an idiot. Steel. Sorry. Okay. Alright, I can make that. So, we're going to take this out back to the base. I'm going to take the Scout Thopterist. No. I better take the other one because it's got stuff in storage that I... Yeah.
So I'm. This is hilarious to me. So we were playing Titan Quest 2, like what, a week ago. I had a lot of fun with it. I loved the first one. And I made a video. I do a lot of tongue-in-cheek. You guys who are here all the time know this. I made a tongue-in-cheek video talking about, the title is literally a rage bait title. It literally says why why Titan Quest 2 is better than Path of Exile 2. And I specifically made that title knowing that it would trigger a whole bunch of Path of Exile smooth brains, right? And published it, forgot about it, right? So it did its thing, got a couple thousand views. I'm cool with that. It's just one of the 20 videos I publish every single day. Apparently, Darth Microtransaction watched it on one of his live streams, and because I noticed all of a sudden the video is blowing up, and I'm getting tons of traffic on it and a whole bunch of comments, and it's a bunch of raged, roided out, pissed off Path of Exile 2 players who came over from Darth Microtransactions. He's hardcore Path of Exile and Diablo 4. Like his whole shtick is action RPGs. And they took that video to be a personal affront. And it's like hook, line, and sinker, man. Hook, line, and sinker, because I don't actually if you watch the video and actually listen to the video, I praise Path of Exile for a lot of things. And what I do is I compare the two early access programs and I talk about the strengths of both of the games, and ultimately say that the reason I like Titan's Quest 2 more is because I'm more of a story player and I like the casual difficulty setting, which you don't get in Path of Exile 2, which is more hardcore. None of those people watched the video. They're literally going off of the title, and that's the only thing they're doing. It's smooth brains. They can't go beyond the thumbnail or the description. They're just like, rage out! He claimed this game's better! He's full of shit! The other one, too, is that video I did the other day about how Battlefield 6 is dead, and I went to the Steam chart like 2 days before the second round of beta, which is going on right now, the second beta weekend. So I published that. It was a joke video, right? It says Battlefield 6 is dead, and it shows us, and we literally went to the Steam chart and how there was only 2,000 people playing the game. And I'm making a joke about how game's dead, guys. There's like, I don't know, 30, 40 comments of people who didn't watch the video. All they did is see the thumbnail and the description, and they're literally going, "You're so full of shit. There's 500,000 people playing the game. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're mentally ill, blah, 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 blah." And I'm like, oh my god, tell us you didn't watch the video without telling us that you didn't watch the video. Smooth brains. I play Lotro on Sunday nights with my family, but no, I don't actively play Lord of the Rings anymore. I don't actively play Lord of the Rings online anymore. Nope. Now, that is not running, I'm assuming, because we are out of power. But I do love my job. I love my job for that reason. It's so easy to trigger smooth brains because they can't think for themselves. They literally, everything, their entire life is based on reacting to thumbnails and they literally just, they can't think for themselves. It's amazing. There we go. There we go. We're fully up and operational. Thank you, honey. Let's place this right over here. I don't even think we need the storage chest, to be honest with you. Yeah, we're good. So, 12 days. I don't even need that. So, here's a question. If I use the Solito replicator on this right now, does it also copy the base that's inside? Or does it also copy the fact that my Thopter's inside? What's up, Anunke? JK says, wait till all my opinions were formed by AI generation. Yeah, it's unfortunate that it's one of those things where just people can't think for themselves. Everything they do is based off of like thumbnails and headlines, which is why we call them smooth brains, because they can't think for themselves beyond what someone else is telling them to think. And they don't even do any due diligence. Like, that video is literally, the Battlefield 6 is Dead video is literally a comedy video. It's a joke video, right? And no one, like, anybody who watched it, like, I think I break it like the 30 seconds in or 45 seconds in is when I can't keep a straight face anymore, and I just start laughing. And then we start talking about Avowed and all these other games. But so many of those people didn't watch. They literally just look at the thumbnail and go by the headline. Battlefield 6 isn't dead. You're so full of shit. Yeah. Which is making me laugh. The Titans Quest 2 versus Path of Exile 2 video is also quite amusing, because there's a guy who's like in the comments trying to argue with me, and I love getting those guys because it's free engagement and it makes me money. But arguing that your video is just a joke. You're obviously a Fortnite kid. Darth Microtransaction just watched your video live and you got destroyed by his 3,000 people watching his video. Yeah, there's 3,000 people who think you're mentally ill, and I'm just like, wow, tell us you didn't actually watch my video without telling me you didn't actually watch my video. I love my job. I love my job. Oh. Won't copy the Thopter, but it should copy generators now. That's what I'm thinking. I haven't used it since before the patch. So this is gonna be interesting to see. Now that we have this um, set up, because now I have a very quick and easy observer set deep desert farming base that I'm literally just gonna come out here and just come out here with the assault Thopter, stick a buggy in it, and just farm resources now. Oh, his username is Darth Microtransaction Doubleoni. He's a big ARPG player. Specifically, he blew up with Diablo 4 a couple years ago. He's a young kid, mid-20s, I think. He used to live in Alaska, maybe still does. He had like a homestead-type place. Diablo 4 blew him up. He got really big, and now he's sucking on that Path of Exile 2 tit. Just got flown out to New Zealand by grinding gears. But my Titan Quest 2 video, I guess, triggered him into his community. Which I thought was funny. Yeah, he actually watched my video because the video title is Why Titan Quest 2 is Better Than Path of Exile 2. And if you actually watch the video, I don't actually... It's a trigger. It's meant to trigger you. It's literally the title and the thumbnail is meant to trigger you. It's meant to trigger those people, because if you watch the video, it's just comparing the two early access programs, talking about the things I like for both games, because I do like both games, I own both games, I play both games, But I like Titan Quest 2 more because it gives me a story mode, and I like Greek mythology more, and it has a story mode which I like more, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the smooth brains can't handle the fact that the title says why Titan Quest 2 is better than Path of Exile 2, and I guess he watched it on live with his 3,000 viewers, and they just oh, it's 100% clickbait, 100%, and that's why I said I just responded to the guy a minute ago. I was like, hook, line, sinker, baby. Like I got you. I got you. You watched it. You reacted to it. I've got you for 6 comments. I have a bigger streamer who watched it and gave me a shitload of traffic to it. I don't care if you follow my channel or not. I got you for the ad revenue. I got you, bitch. It's awesome. All right. Before I do my, I haven't even used one of these since like beta. Let me go over here. Copy building. Okay. And now I have a copy stored for later. My breakfast is ready. Chris yelled at me a minute ago, so let me go get my food and we'll move over to the mukbang ASMR portion of the stream. Alright. Bistec con huevos. Y pan tostado. So I have steak and eggs and garlic bread. I just was pre-cutting my steak because there's no way for me to sit at my desk and cut the steak and try to eat breakfast in a civilized manner. But we'll move into the ASMR portion of the stream as you guys continue to get your drops. Today the eggs are essentially, it's whatever my wife cooks me. Today the eggs are over medium, it looks like, more or less. It just depends on how she cooks them for the day. Steak's about medium, and it's delicious. I have one duck egg and one chicken egg. Both from our animals. Chris butchered her first duck yesterday. She butchered one chicken and one duck yesterday. That was literally all afternoon. She was butchering a couple of animals and deep plucking them and doing all the cutting and preparation. So we have a fresh duck. I think she's gonna cook that tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. We eat good on the homestead. Most days. I still eat a lot of junk food if I can. Potato chips are my number one weakness. As far as eggs go, though, I like eggs however they're cooked. I really don't care. I love all potatoes, all eggs, all cheese. Huh? My wife just typed in chat and she made a typing mistake. So that's my wife in chat, Christina, in YouTube chat. And she literally just said, "Why are you eating on your stream?" Considering we've had so many people who troll in the past, why are you eating on stream? So that's Chris. That's my wife on her account. uh, Whiskey Dad says, "What stream benefits you the most, Twitch or YouTube? Having multiple chats open to keep up is not my thing. Reconsidering how I have my sub to you done up." The easiest answer is, and if you're only interested in the live streams, it's wherever you're most comfortable watching. That's it. I do more stuff on YouTube, including the channel analytics, the income reports. I do private member-only videos on YouTube, but those are not live streams. Those are separate VODs. So if you care about like having access to like the channel analytics and the income reports and all the behind the scenes stuff that we talk about sometimes with our private videos on YouTube, then the YouTube membership has additional perks beyond the streams. But other than that, if you're only tuning in for the streams, Whiskey Dad, then it's wherever you're most comfortable watching. They both benefit me equally. So, and to be honest with you, I've already made it with YouTube, and really the only next objectable goal that I have with anything that I'm doing is like I would love to get to Twitch partner someday, but it takes a long time to build up to 70 concurrent viewers. I'm a long way from that. So in terms of what benefits me the most, it's definitely building up my Twitch numbers for live streams. But I mean,
It's like icing on the cake, to be honest with you. It's not like a need. Yes, my wife is trolling me on. Why are you eating my food that you made? Ah, now she's in here. Thank you for breakfast. Yeah, he's ignoring his bed this morning because he's over there on the. And he's happy. Look at him doing biscuits. And he's like happy because he ran Blanca out of here. Now, thank you, Whiskey Dad. And I mean, those are great questions to ask because sometimes it's not easy to know. Like, because we all have goals, you know. What's beneficial? I mean, it's all beneficial at the end of the day. What's up? Hey, can you make some more coffee too, please? Yeah. Thank you. In a perfect world, we would get Twitch drops that also apply to YouTube, but YouTube doesn't do any sort of drop program, so. Tis what it is. Well, first and foremost, I'm not a kid. Second of all, I'll eat wherever I damn well please. But I'm tis. I understand the sarcasm, though. These damn kids eating in front of their computers these days. I think a lot of streamers, that's probably why they stick to protein shakes. But my wife makes real food, so we eat real food on stream. Everybody eats. It's like everybody poops, man. We have 2 carriers for the guild. I made one. I think they made another one last week. I don't need it though, but the guild uses it. That's right, Babylonia. I've perfected the level of crunch and the distance to microphone. I've done cooking videos with Chris. I won't do a cooking stream though. Our kitchen, our homestead in general, is not a nice, pretty place. So we don't show a lot of it off in videos because it's not pretty. When I do homestead videos on the other channel, you know, every single time we do a video, we get some asshole in the comments who's like, "Yeah, your place looks like a piece of shit." It's like, yes, it does look like a piece of shit because I'm not investing a bunch of money to make it pretty so that you can watch the video and go, "Oh, that's such a pretty place." We got like 30 chickens, 30 ducks and chickens running around, a bunch of cats, chicken wire everywhere. I don't care if it's pretty, it's paid for. So, yeah, we don't stream any stuff in the kitchen because the kitchen is not a pretty kitchen. It's not a photogenic location.
But we have done many cooking videos in the past when we were in other locations. Including the Lord of the Rings Online cooking show that we used to do. Yeah, they had to curb that problem, Gray. So for sure. Uh, we don't necessarily grow a lot of stuff, Rebella. Because it's really hard because we have a ton of iguanas that come eat our shit. But we do have all our own. We have our own meat chickens. We have our own egg chickens. We have our own ducks. We eat the ducks. So both our chickens and ducks are egg animals and meat animals. So we do produce our own eggs and meat. And we have tried to do a garden in the past. Unfortunately, we have Muscovy ducks and they destroy the garden. So like between the iguanas and the Muscovies, yeah, our gardening, at least in the backyard, it doesn't work. Difficult to make a carrier as a solo player? Not difficult. Time consuming, yes. Because a lot of the resources can only be found in the deep desert, and it takes a long time to get it all together. I mean, I think I was over 300 hours before I got the carrier made, like something like that. It was a big time commitment. Big time and resource commitment. Most time consuming? Oh, the ore. 100% the ore. Oh my god, it's a shitload of duraluminum. Technically, it's my second breakfast rated. I had cottage cheese at like 4 o'clock in the morning with my coffee. So this is technically second breakfast. Yeah, that's a good point. Like JK is saying, like as a solo player, you really don't need a carrier for anything because you can't use it. Like you're not going to use it for anything. You're not carrying. Like you need other players to play with if you're going to use the carrier. It doesn't have carry capacity. It carries other things. So it can pick up a buggy and carry the buggy around, but it does not have any inherent space. Okay. Oh, you play with a guild? So, okay. Alright. No, there's no storage. No, it's a carrier thopter. That's it. It carries other things. So you can pick up and carry an assault thopter. You can pick up and carry a buggy. If you watch what a lot of the big guilds are doing on streams in the deep desert, they have a carrier thopter that picks up a buggy and they run around. Someone else is in the buggy and that person, the carrier, runs out, drops the buggy on top of a node, they mine it, they pick it up, they move to the next node, they drop it down, they pick it up, they move to the next node, drop it down and pick it up. And then they fly the buggy back to the base, drop the buggy off, it gets unloaded into a chest, then it gets processed. You cannot fly a carrier from Hog into the deep desert. Nope. You can take the parts. What happened? Yeah, look at him, he's asleep. Did mommy come bother you again, Frodo? You're giving him steak. Oh, it's good steak, babe. Thank you. FOMO! Thank you. Correct. Your buggy or your crawler have to be disassembled first. Exactly.
All right, breakfast is done.
Caleb says, new follower, just start playing New World and found your beginner's guides on YouTube very helpful. Any new world streams down the road? Whenever they actually add the new story content to the game, like the new vampires and werewolves and stuff, whenever there's like 20 or 30 hours worth of story content to come play through, I will definitely come back to New World and play through the 20 to 30 hours of new content. But I have no desire to play, and I don't for any of the online games I play. I don't go back for seasonal updates and the mini updates and all that stuff. I wait until there's, like, Lord of the Rings Online, Star Wars: The Old Republic, great examples. I will play those once every 18 months or 2 years. I let them release enough content so that when I come back around to play, I could sit down and play for like a month and get 30 hours out of it, you know? So until they have 20 to 30 hours worth of content for me to play through again, no, I won't. Good news, guys. I would just say today is Friday, I think. Tomorrow's the 2-week mark since I got my first filling taken care of, my first ever cavity. Yesterday and today are the first 2 days I've been able to actually, like, kind of chew a little bit on that side and not feel sensitive. So I think it's finally normalizing. I didn't have any major pain, but it definitely was tender. I didn't want to chew on that side. But most of that breakfast I was eating both sides. I don't really feel too much residuals. A tiny little bit of tenderness. Pretty stoked that's finally getting back to normal. Alright. So, I have a very generic base here set up. I guess the next step would be to bring my buggy. And I would probably need to go get the old buggy. I think this is this cobalt or is this some of that juicy T6 stuff? Titanium ore. There we go, kids. I definitely need to bring my buggy here. You know what I don't know though is I don't know what the plant looks like, what the Stravidium or whatever it's called. That's the thing, I don't know what it looks like. Did I left the filling wheel? You know, I've never had a cavity. And
And the only reason I even went in was because for the first time ever, like, I don't know, like a month ago or whatever, I was eating a popsicle with Chris, and I was just rah 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 rah, mom, nomming on my popsicle, and I chewed a bunch of cold ice cream, and the tooth was like it hurt after the ice cream cone, and I had like 20 minutes of like, oh, that does not feel good, and I was like, I bet I finally have my first ever cavity. So I went and got it filled. Dude, Deeks, I loved the Hell Is Us demo. I can't wait. The dual axe is awesome. That demo was so much fun. I can't wait. My favorite part was the fact that the developers are out there in the public fighting back on the idiots of the internet and saying our game is not a Souls-like. Stop claiming we are a Souls-like. We are not a Souls-like. We have adjustable difficulties. It is not a Souls-like game. Stop. Stop telling people we are a Souls-like. I'm very happy that they're out there in the public trying to make sure that people understand what the game is. I don't know that any of us are playing on a Steam Deck. By the way, I don't know if anybody answered the question. I think you had asked a question earlier about is this game on console? The game is not on console. It is coming to console by the end of 2026. So there's no actual timeline for that. Chatterzar says I play on Steam Deck daily. Play Dune on the Steam Deck daily. Alright, well I officially have a deep desert base set up that is Solito'd out. Okay, now I need to think about breaking down my old original buggy and just putting a tier 5 I don't think I can make a tier 6 yet. Cutter on it. Man, I don't know if I want to. Yeah, that's a good point, Blackthorn. Like, good luck hiding the carrier anywhere. Stradium looks like human muscles thrown into a pile and painted silver. Alright. Well, I'm probably not going to do too much T6 mining today, but I am going to get everything set up so that I can maybe go do that tomorrow. Is it normal for my stream to pop up on Dune's Steam page? Well, I am one of the Funcom content creators that are officially approved to stream this game to the Steam page. So yes, when I stream this game, I am on the Steam page for until such time as they decide they're no longer going to have us doing that. I think there's 5 or 6 of us that have approval. But it just depends on who's playing when. I'm not actively playing Dune Awakening right now because I'm just not. I've already done everything I wanted to see and do. I'm actively playing at the moment for two reasons. One, there is a new drops campaign that started yesterday, so we're obviously running the new drops campaign to help everybody out who wants to get their observer drops. And two, I wanted to change all of my power supplies at this base over, so I was saving my building sessions for the drops campaign. So I will be streaming a lot of Dune Awakening for probably for the weekend, but then by Sunday or Monday I'll be back to my normal schedule, which is not a lot of Dune Awakening. I'm only playing like once a month, twice a month, I'll log in on Sundays usually. Usually I'll play on Sundays, 2 to 3 hours, and I do my maintenance, which is make sure my power's on at all the bases, stock up supplies, make lube, get some flour sand, get some more cobalt paste. I'll do the maintenance stuff. I'm just waiting for a story drop like many other players. Whenever they have a new story drop, I'll come in and play. But I'm a variety streamer, so I play lots and lots of games. So last month we played 7 games. This month we've played Mafia: The Old Country. We're going to be finishing up Alien Fireteam Elite this afternoon. I'm currently playing Knights of the Old Republic as a retro game. I am playing Destiny 2 right now. I'm also going to be playing Gears of War Reloaded on the 26th. I may have missed something in there. Plus, I watch a lot of TV shows. So, like, as an example, when I finish the stream today, I'm going to go watch the most recent episode of Foundation, get that review up on YouTube. Yesterday was Strange New Worlds. The day before that was Alien Earth. So, next month we've got Indiana Jones: The Great Circle DLC. We've got Hell Is Us. We've got Borderlands 4. And Toby from Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 said that I'm assuming we're going to get an announcement at Gamescom in 5 days for the release date for the next Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 DLC, because he teased on Twitter that the release date is just around the corner. So and he's going to be at Gamescom. So if I had to guess, they're going to make an announcement at Gamescom regarding the next Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 DLC. I'll have to schedule that in. I may try to do another Indiana Jones: The Great Circle playthrough this month to prep for the DLC. I don't know if I'll have time for that. We'll see. So yeah, I do play Dune Awakening in between all the other things. But usually right now I'm only playing it once or twice a month to just do maintenance stuff, because I'm done with the story and I'm not doing PvP and everything else. So I have reviews of Alien Earth up on the channel, so if you guys want to check those out, you can at your leisure. First 2 episodes went live Wednesday. Let's go deposit this in my... Bubbles is starting an Enshrouded server back up next week on Thursday. Oh. I have no time. God, that sounds tempting, though. Must resist. not played since we all played together a couple years back. One point oh is supposed to be coming next year in spring. Is that everything? I think that's everything for the buggy. Any State of Decay things? I'm not a State of Decay player, so I have no clue. Oh, and also we're still playing Tales of the Shire this month. We're not done with that game either. We'll probably do 2 more heavy days like today. Today we're 4.5 hours, 4 hours and 45 minutes in. We'll probably do 5 hours today and then call it quits. We'll do another 4 to 5 hours tomorrow. Probably another 4 or 5 hours on Sunday, and then we'll probably be wrapped up with this current round of Dune Awakening. And I'll have to remember to set a timer for Monday night to come tear down the base in the deep desert. Alright, right now I need to make... Can the tier 5 cutter do tier 6 nodes? I know my personal tier 5 cutter can do tier 6 node, but I don't know about the... Yeah, I think the last time I played Enshrouded was when we all did it together. Like, that's got to be a couple of years ago now. Excuse me. Mr. Hearn just joined YouTube as a member. Welcome aboard. Enshrouded will be coming to console when it does its 1.0 release, which is next spring sometime. Excuse me. Buggy Mark 5. Where's the cutter? Buggy cut array Mark 5. It doesn't tell me what it... Hang on, show stats. It cannot do tier 6 resources. Yep. Sausages looks like I'm going to have to... Yeah, I'll have to wait until I can actually craft. So there's no point in me taking my tier 6 buggy out. Sorry, so there's no point in taking my buggy out to the deep desert until I can actually make a tier 6 cut array, which means using my scout thopter to go get a bunch of titanium. Although, to be honest with you, let's not lie, I have some in storage right now I think I could take. Pretty sure we have stuff in storage. Dude, I have that as a clip on YouTube, Bubalonia. That was probably the only time... It's the only time I can think of in recent gaming history where I have struggled to do something. And I don't know what it was about that particular glide down that fucking lava tunnel. But I have that up on YouTube as a clip. I think it was before I was doing stuff on Twitch. And so it's only on YouTube. But I have that clip is on YouTube. Because when I finally got down, I died like 25, 30 times trying to fly down that stupid tunnel. Mark 5, Mark 5, Mark 4, Mark 4. Do I not have the Mark 6? Unlocked? Oh, I know why. I have to make it at the advanced. My brain's not working, Blackthorn. Alright, here we go. Buggy, booster, buggy, 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 buggy. Buggy cut array, Mark 6, there we go. Alright. Probably a Mark 6 storage. And that'll set me up for the deep desert run. Oakley dokley. Grab the storage and the cutter. And then I have these on me. No, the fighting wasn't too bad. I actually have a video I came across that I forgot to publish the other day. That's in my storage on YouTube, and it's us taking down a big white dragon in Enshrouded. All right, let's go back out there and build this. The guild fell apart and someone stole all the resources. That is the risk of joining a guild when you don't know all the people. And I suppose even if you know all the people, there's still that risk that somebody might have a bad day and decide to do that shit. But I would like to think that, as in the case like what we've done, is, you know, most of the people that I do community gaming with these days I've known for, you know, 5-6 years. There are some people who I've known longer than that. What's up? Oh, thank you. Can I have a cup, please? Yeah, thank you. No, solo café nada más. Like, I haven't played with Maduros in a while. Year and a half or so I haven't played with him, but I know Maduros goes back 7 or 8 years maybe. Maybe longer than that, because he has played in every time I've ever done EverQuest 1, Project 1999, etc. Maduros has played. So I think I've gamed with him for like 7 or 8 years. Thank you. Okay, puedes meter esto en la refri. Gracias. So the big thing is if you're gonna play these types of games, you have to find a. You can't just join a guild with randos. Like, you really do need to find. You gotta find a community of people you get to know, and that sounds easy. It's harder than it sounds. Like, because you got to do your due diligence too. It's like, research who these people are. You've been gaming together for 5 or 6 years. Do you have a website? Do you have a Discord server where I can go see that you guys have been together for 5, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years? Because there ain't no way I would play an online. I have a piece of bread in my throat. Excuse me. There's no way I would play like any sort of online multiplayer game with other people, like in a guild that I didn't know. Like, I would need to know these. You know, I wouldn't do it. I gotta get the modules out of my... Oh, it's not gonna let me grab all the things. It's like, it's too big, it's too heavy. You know, one thing I forgot to bring out here, though, was a fuel cell. Oh, thankfully I had a large one on me, which at least was enough to get that going. All right, so cool. I have a. We got to give it its Atreides look, and we got to get the proper swatch on it. There we go. All right, now it's proper. So now I can roll around out here and grab, like, I don't know what I'm looking for, the stradium or whatever, but I now have the ability to run around out here at like 6 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever and look for tier 6 nodes. Like, this is probably just aluminum, right? Yeah, or not. Yeah, that's just probably aluminum. Like, I don't know. Like, that's probably aluminum. We're in heyday peak time right now, so there's probably a whole bunch of other people playing, so. So tomorrow morning, you can't miss it. It's unlike anything else we've mined. Okay, copy that. Yeah, at the very least, I'm set up for tomorrow. So what I'll do tomorrow. Oh, here's some of that. Whatchamacallit? Titanium. I always forget about the map. Yeah. Well, at the very least, I'll be able to get plenty of titanium, which is I think I just saw some up there. Give me a second. No, that's not what I thought it was. Anyway, being able to roll around here and find tier 6 stuff now is a huge boon. So I can actually start contributing. Spice is still the bottleneck though, because we need so much spice, even just for spice residue. Which I need tons of to power the base. That's still going to be the bottleneck, is going to be spice. Look at all this titanium all over the place now, man. That's fucking awesome. Now to get back up there, though, I don't have to worry about quicksand out here, do I? I might need to. I don't know what's on the A row. I've never driven a buggy around here. But I'm now out here with a buggy, and I can now start working on T6 stuff, which is going to be awesome, because I'm going to need to finally start making my T6. Oh, this must be it right here. Stravidium mass. Alright, I found my first Stravidium. Cool beans, man.
All right, I gotta go watch the latest episode of Foundation so I can get the review out on YouTube, everybody. And as long as I feel good this afternoon, I should be back after my nap with some Fireteam Elite, Aliens Fireteam Elite, because I'm only like an hour and a half away from beating the game, so I'm gonna try to get that done this afternoon if I can. But in the meantime, I'm done for the day with Dune Awakening. I will be back tomorrow morning for more Dune Awakening, so if you didn't get a chance to get all your drops today and you want to earn your drops watching me play the game, stay tuned because I'll be live again tomorrow morning at around 4:30 a.m. Central on YouTube and Twitch. Don't forget, everything in between the streams happens over on YouTube. And, of course, there's all the socials, the Discord, the Patreon, the Homestead channel, all the other stuff. Don't forget the new merch store is live if you want to get your shirts. And we got a great episode today on the how to make a living as a content creator and streamer, which I'm going to cut out here in a bit and get on YouTube as well. So stay tuned for all the things, everybody. Don't forget to follow Babylonia and Gray. Both those guys are streaming, so check out their channels, follow along accordingly. Babylonia is streaming Fallout, Starfield. It sounds like they're going to be starting some Enshrouded streams as well. Gray is doing some Enshrouded and Final Fantasy. I can't remember which Final Fantasy you said, Gray. Anyway,